At this time, I'd like to call on Ms. Lundy to give a prayer.
Let us bow our heads for invocation. Most holy and everlasting Father, it is again that we come with grateful hearts to give thanks for all of the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. And most of all, for grace and mercy that have sustained us over the years. We pray also for the men and women in uniform that protects our country day and night. We also pray for their families, that you would protect them. Now, as we enter into this meeting, we pray for wisdom and understanding for each decision that we will make as we transact the business of our county. This we ask in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Now we'll call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our March 11th meeting. So moved. Motion's been made. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Any deletions or additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion's been made. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Hendricks?
Insurance.
You have an application for It's Towing and Transport Incorporated for a special exception permit to allow for a towing and record shop. This property identified as county tax number 18000-A-004 and zone business B1 is located on the south side of Highway 903, approximately 527.2 feet west of its intersection with Hannah Drive. Election District 6, County of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-7-6245 and wheel book WF-21-393.
Anyone here wishing to speak on behalf of the application? Hearing none, I will now open the public hearing for the application. Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the board, District 6?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the special exception application with the recommendations from the Planning Commission.
Motion's been made. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You have an application by Poplar Point LLC to rezone from agricultural to business B1. This property identified as county tax number 203000-05-B. Zone agriculture is located on the south side of Highway 903 and is approximately 509 feet west of its intersection with Route 612, Morristown Road, Election District 3, County of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-20-86 and wheel book WF-63-811.
Anyone wishing to speak on behalf of the application?
This piece of property, part of it has already got a special exception permit and is being used for boat storage. And this application is to rezone both parcels, the one that's still ag and the one that's got the special exception to business.
Okay. We'll now open the public hearing on this application. Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. The wishes of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve this application with the Planning Commission's recommendations.
Motion's been made. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You have an application from Poplar Point LLC to rezone from agricultural to business B1. This property is identified as county tax number 203000-05-A and zone is agriculture is located on the south side of Highway 903 and is approximately 1,081.7 feet west of his intersection with Route 612, Morristown Road. Election District 3, County of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-20-86 and wheel book WF-63-811.
Anyone wishing to speak on this half of this application? Okay.
Same section.
We'll now open the public hearing on this. Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve this application with the planning commission's recommendation.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Robert,
You have an application by the Mecklenburg County Planning Commission to amend Article 4A Residential R-1A, Section 4A-1, Use Regulations, Paragraph L of the Mecklenburg County zoning ordinance to remove the following. Do you want me to read the whole thing or just explain to you what it is?
just explain to us what it is.
Okay. Section L in the R1A, we had in there require a special exception permit to place a second home on the same piece of property. That is a conflict with 4-2A because you can do townhouses and duplexes and it's allowed so many per acre. So this is a conflict of requiring a special exception permit.
Okay. Any board members have any questions before we open the public hearing? We'll now open the public hearing on this ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve with the planning commission's recommendations.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You have an application by the Mecklenburg County Planning Commission to adopt the Virginia Erosion Sediment Control Ordinance, which a copy was displayed in my office for review. A brief summary of this, the DEQ has combined the stormwater and erosion sediment program together, and they've changed wording, some definitions, and added this. Some of the areas in there stated who could do the reviews, and that refers back to a code section. They also changed from sections 10.1 to section 1, so I had to update it to be in compliance with the program.
Okay. We'll now open the public hearing on this. Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve this under the planning commission's recommendation.
Motion been made. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you, Robert. Yes, sir. Kevin, VDOT.
Good morning again. A few things on our road report I want to go over. Our Chase City area headquarters picked up litter since the last board meeting. They picked up Chase City primary routes, portions of Old Cox, Traffic Road, and Cemetery Road. They ended up collecting 680 bags out there. We are scheduled to do the Burnt Store, the South Hill area this month and get them cleaned up. And then you have all of it cleaned up for Mecklenburg County. Our mowing schedule this year looks like the primary is scheduled to start in mid-May. Our secondary is scheduled to start in late May, and we will be doing any safety mowing at intersections as needed. Starting today, the bridge over Buckhorn Creek between Whiteman, this is on Old Cox Road, between Whiteman Road and Phillips Lane is closed for a bridge rehab project. Scheduled completion date is May 17th for that project. And of course, our rural rustics for the year is All Goods Lane and Dry Creek Road. And we're tying up some maintenance work right now, and we're scheduled to be starting on them very shortly and have them completed by the fall of the year. That's all I've got, unless y'all have any questions.
Kevin, I know we talked about this trash and the amount we picking up and stuff. In other counties where signage or something, do you see where that has helped deter this at all? Or and I know years ago we had, you could adopt a road or something. Was that done through the county? You know,
So
there was signage up there by, or was that?
That was done through the state to adopt a highway program. And we still got people that adopt the highway and stuff, and they do pick up trash. It's just some of these problem spots, they just get loaded down so much. And as far as signage, we have found signs do zero good.
You seen anything that did any good?
So I wish signs did work. That'd be a cheap
Yeah.
way to fix it, but signs don't
But, well,
work.
the speed limit signs don't really work either, do they?
So, bridge stop signs don't work some places.
Do they, Sheriff? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
I have one, the intersection of Baskerville and Union Level Road, you may be right at the corner right there. I had a constituent call me. It's basically a yield. It's a pretty dangerous spot. I think y'all had the ball rolling on this, I was told. I just was making sure.
Yes, sir. I'm hoping to hear something back soon on that
Yeah.
to get that changed over to a stop sign. That's kind of what we're
I think
suggesting.
that would be smart, so.
And then it's gonna have to be a stop bar placed and stuff like that. So,
Okay.
but we're looking into that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
And I spoke to him before the meeting. What I ask about every month, the signs coming off the interstate, they're working on them. He said they're hopefully getting close to getting them done. So
Yes, sir.
hopefully that'll make those a little bit safer.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
All right. We'll see y'all next month.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
Alex, public comment?
All right, Mr. Chair, we have one speaker signed up today, and that is Cliff.
I would like to remind you that we, 3 minutes, try to hold your comments to 3 minutes.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr.
Morning.
Chair and members of the board. Just wanted to introduce myself. My name's Cliff Scher from Long Road Energy. Most of you have either heard from myself or other members of our team about our Seven Bridges Solar Project. And for those that are not already familiar, Seven Bridges Solar is approximately 3.5 miles northeast of Chase City inside of a timber property. And we received our 2232 approval in July of 2022. We're looking forward to moving into the next phase of the process. We've submitted a draft siting agreement with minor changes to a siting agreement that had recently been negotiated by the county. Those changes were mostly to accommodate American-made First Solar panels. First Solar is a company that is based in the U.S. and has panels operating for 25 years, and they've proven to be safe and effective. So with those minor edits, we're looking forward to working with the county to move the project forward. And that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Alex, I believe you're up next on the budget.
Jenny? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I would like to give the public presentation of the budget that is being recommended for the board's consideration in the forthcoming month for fiscal year 24-25. I'd like to note that this is going to be a summary presentation today. This will not be a full-length rendition of our budget document. Before we go into the budget, I always like to have one of these overview slides about the status of the county and where we're at. This chart comes from the Federal Reserve Bank, and it indicates the growth in employment patterns throughout Virginia when you're comparing to pre-pandemic period to the recovery and then the growth coming out of the pandemic period. So the date of this is as of last fall. And you can see here that Mecklenburg County is not only doing phenomenally, we're one of the leaders in the Commonwealth. There's only a handful of counties here with the darkest green color, which represents the highest amount of growth in employment in the comparison point from 2023 to 2019. Not only are we doing fantastic, which is one reason I wanted to tout this map, but I wanted to point out specifically that we're behaving much less like a rural county and much more like the suburban, exurban, urban counties. You can see here that the darkest elements in the red color, which is measuring metro area, is mostly in and around the Richmond region. And that's kind of how Mecklenburg County is faring right now. We are looking a lot more similar in our employment growth to the greater Richmond area and less so like other areas of rural Virginia. So that's just something I think that is an important baseline to keep in mind as we continue to go forward here in the county, is that what may have once been our traditional peer segments are no longer in large measure the same, behaving in the same condition. And it may be time to look elsewhere for more appropriate comparisons. So moving into the budget, this is a reassessment year. We do a reassessment every other year of real estate here in the county. And an important factor to consider is that the reassessment timeframe and the budget timeframe are concurrent. One is not going to be finalized before the other. And so when that happens, the numbers are always subject to evolution. At a certain point, you just have to pick a number to compile everything else and start with that. And so that's what this budget document that we are discussing today does. We use the estimate of the reassessment from the March period in order to populate the budget document. That does not mean that is the last survey of real estate data that we will have. We are going to, the hope that the commissioner has informed me is that the data will be finishing up here in the next couple weeks. So we will have another bite at the apple, so to speak, before the board adopts a budget in May to determine what the final real estate number might be relative to what is currently programmed in the budget that we have discussed. So just wanted to keep that in mind, that if the numbers do change from here, that is okay and that is normal because the reassessment time frame overlaps where our budget time frame is. So, one more. So the total budget for this year, the total gross budget comes in just under $285 million. That's for all funds and all activities, and that's down slightly from a year ago. Now, the gross budget does have some double counting involved in it, as transfers are shown as revenues in the general fund, expenditures in the general fund, revenues in the other fund, and expenditures in the other fund. So you've got to take out the transfer in order to get to what your actual net budget is. And our net budget this year is $233.7 million, which again is down slightly from where last year's figure came in at. The general fund portion of the budget, which is the money that we have for the greatest range of activities that the county performs, is $88.5 million for the forthcoming year. Almost half of that is for items related to the Mecklenburg County Public Schools. Public education is by far and away the number one spending activity that the county engages in on an annual basis. And public safety is number two. Public safety, of course, has grown as a percent by large measure because of the onboarding of the emergency services portfolio. And of course, there are other measures of public safety than just county performance. But when you add them all together, that is the second largest component area of our budget document. So let's talk about the tax rates. So when you have the reassessment, of course, if you have growth, that brings you to a new neutral rate that we look at when we determine what the overall tax burden may be in a given year. Currently, our real estate tax rate is 40 cents, and the numbers as of early March indicate that our number for this forthcoming year will be 37 cents. So that would be a 3-cent reduction in the real estate tax rate. I should note here that this rate would be the second lowest real estate tax rate of any city or county in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia. Also, I should point out that the values that existed before this year would be taxed at this 37-cent rate, and that's a change from the 40-cent rate. But also any new property that comes along that has been built, is currently in construction, or that will be opening in the coming year, will also be assessed at that new 37-cent tax rate, even though investment decisions may have been made on a 40-cent basis. So there is benefit across the board to this new rate, not just to the parcels that were present at the time of the comparison point. The second item that we have this year is we are now going to be able to separate vehicles, cars, light trucks, and motorcycles from the overall general personal property tax rate. And this is a new power that the General Assembly created a short time ago, and this year has now expanded the authority to last forever. Previously, it was time limited. So because of that, the recommended budget does call for a reduction in the tax rate to apply to those specific aspects of vehicles. And this is a 2-cent reduction is being proposed to $3.34 for those particular items. So let's talk a little bit more about the general fund. The general fund did increase this year by a fairly healthy margin. Overall, the general fund was up by about $15.7 million, and the vast bulk of that growth comes from a sizable increase in the business personal property revenues that are made available to the county. 70% of the total amount comes from this higher personal property base in the business area. We also have additional growth in real estate. This is not the comparison of the amount of the value of the previous year to the current year in a reassessment. This is from net new real estate, things that did not exist in prior years that have now been built in the county and are going to go onto the tax rolls. So those will be taxed at that 37-cent rate, but they were never accounted for before in our revenues. So they are purely in addition to our general fund picture. The other items that we have that are increasing by a substantial margin are building permits and interest. Building permits are up considerably. We see that in the packet every single month. I'll just be straightforward and say that we dramatically undervalued the amount of building permits both in the past and going forward. Right now, we don't have that kind of year after year of good historical data to forecast it appropriately. So we are having an intentionally low amount just in case at this point until we have more years of successive data. But the amount we have collected in the current fiscal year to date is double the amount that is budgeted for next year. So these collections are just coming in on a very healthy margin. The other aspect is the interest rates. Interest rates continue to remain elevated. This morning, there was already discussion that the markets are now pricing in less rate cuts for the coming year than they were planning on doing. So at this point, we feel comfortable that rates will remain elevated for this current year, and therefore we will, in fact, receive substantial revenues from high interest rates, just like we are receiving in the current fiscal year. Long term, that will obviously, if and when rates come down, this revenue source will then go down. So, that is something to keep in mind as we go through future budgets, that this revenue source will probably go down, not up. But in the immediate term, we are confident that we will receive a significant amount of revenue from interest in the current year. So that's our resource picture. So of course, when our resources are up, it has to go somewhere. It just doesn't vanish. And so as a result, we took a few priority areas and focused and concentrated our allocations that we are recommending on those particular items. And those three are ensuring and maintaining Mecklenburg County as a competitive employer that people want to stay working at and select as an employer. Investing in several major capital projects and doing our best to cash fund those projects so that we don't have lingering recurring costs from them. And also, when appropriate, enhance the technical capabilities of our organization to handle the new status that we have found ourselves in, with a lot of increased attention and more and new and unique matters coming before the county and ultimately the board's attention. Some of that is in large measure a reflection of that first map that I showed that has us doing and being compared to those more suburban and exurban metro counties than the typical rural comparisons of our past. So employee compensation in this year's budget. This year's budget calls for a 4% increase in the pay for county employees, for school employees, and for social service employees. For school employees, this is the traditional step increase as well as the 3% that was funded or at least approved by the General Assembly as part of the General Assembly approved budget. Of course, that is still subject to a lot of negotiations before we actually get the revenue in for that, but that's the expectations currently is for an overall 4% increase for the workforce. We are also looking at a potential $2,000 bonus for full-time employees of the county, which includes social services, if they remain employees of the county. This would be split in half, with half paid in December if those employees still remain an employee of Mecklenburg County through and at that time. And then the other half would come at the end of the fiscal year with the same conditions. The goal of this is to incentivize continued employment here in Mecklenburg and to stem some of the vacancies that we're seeing throughout the organization. Our vacancy rate isn't necessarily out of the ordinary, but it still represents a challenge for us to continue to function when we do have those vacancies, because it creates a greater workload on those limited personnel that remain. Our vacancy rate is actually very comparable to the Commonwealth of Virginia's, based on the latest data that the Commonwealth presented this year. This is also designed to keep our county employees as best tied to the compensation that school employees will receive, which has been a traditional policy goal of this board. The school employees are receiving a bonus in the current year, but that will be for the performance of duties for the next year. So if a current school employee signs a contract to remain with the school system through the next academic year, then they are going to be eligible for this $2,000 bonus. Their bonus is funded by continued funds from the federal government. They would not also be subject to this additional bonus that is being provided to the county employees. So this would be funded completely across the board, county funds for the county employees and the federal funds for the school employees. But you only get one bonus if this was included in the ultimate final budget. And it's designed, again, for sticking with the county, no matter what side you're on through the upcoming year. The last element that was included would be a compensation study that would be performed during 2024-2025 with the findings incorporated into the 25-26 budget. The goal of all of this is to plan things on a multi-year basis and set up the budget in order to be able to fund additional whatever findings may align. So the purpose of this would be the bonus is in this year as a kind of a down payment towards the findings. And then the amount of funds provided for the bonus would be used in the next year in our baseline budget to fund any findings that come out of that study. So all the intent of this is trying to be very strategic with how all of these items align together over a multi-year period. And again, that's one of the goals of that study would be to make sure that we are comparing ourselves to the appropriate organizations, places that have similar economic conditions to us, especially in the area of growth, and not so much just counties based on metrics like location or population. When it comes to major capital projects, we've got several that are forecasted over the next few year period. And with the funding made available to us today, we are looking to come up with financing plans to make sure that these projects can happen, will happen, and don't create a large burden on the citizenry in the future. And so we have several major capital projects, and by virtue of this presentation, the definition of major is $30 million or above. Right now, we are, of course, in the middle of constructing Clarksville Elementary School. That project is fully funded. We did borrow money in the past for that. That's the bulk of the financing. We are setting aside funds for all of the final project costs, the furniture, the fixtures, all of that aspect, as well as there's a slight differential between the construction budget that was ultimately signed and the amount of money we borrowed. So that project will be fully funded with our current resources. Chase City Elementary School is the next one proposed for complete revitalization. This budget funds the architectural design for that project, which if the budget is approved would commence as soon as the ads for it would commence as soon as the budget is approved, with the hope of having a firm in place by the late summer timeframe so that we can maximize the amount of time that we have for the design and maximize the amount of, or minimize rather, the amount of time that Bluestone sits empty in between students, the elementary school students returning to Clarksville, and then the Chase City students coming in. So that building can just continue as in operations until such point as we no longer need it as a staging area and we don't have any further deterioration of the Bluestone facility. This budget also starts funding the eventual construction costs of the Chase City project. That project is programmed right now from FY25 through FY27. The public safety building, that is on a similar time frame. This budget, again, funds the architectural design, which we hope to get into production after the conclusion of our concept study. Our concept study is progressing along very well. Currently, the firm is working on a block plan for the layout of the facility, but we'll need to have that concept plan done so that all the architectural firms that bid on this project know exactly what the parameters and the scope and the layout of the project are. Our estimation right now, and this is all subject to change as time goes along, is that the project will be in design in 25, construction hopefully 26, 27, and then the furniture, fixtures, all those kind of stuff in 28. That could certainly move by 6 months, a year, as we've seen with this Good Bank building expansion. It doesn't always come along as we think it will, but definitely by the end of the decade, we will have this new facility down on the site that the Hudgens Court facility currently rests on. And then the next project, thinking out to the rest of the decade, is La Crosse Elementary School. La Crosse will be at the end of the decade. We're projecting in the CIP this year that'll be 28 through 30. Again, that might slide a year or so. But what's going to ultimately happen is that the funding that we have available in the base budget today, that is funding a mix of Clarksville and Chase City, will continue in the budget as savings as those projects go along toward and be put towards La Crosse. So ultimately, all of these projects will be funded in the next few years. The total cost estimated today, and again, this is going to change as calculations go along over time. But today, it's likely that these 4 projects listed here, or the 3 plus the remnants of Clarksville, will cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $110-ish million. And right now we have funding available for about 85 of that 110 million if the amounts in the baseline continue over the duration of the decade. So the vast majority of these projects are going to be funded from cash. And I will tell you that nobody else is doing something like this. In major suburban markets, you are seeing the production of schools similar to a rate of this, where you'll see 3 or 4, in an X period of time. But I can guarantee you they are not funding those with cash. So you're in an unenviable position relative to anybody else here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I, am claiming this. I'm not 100% certain on this, but I would dare say it's probably likely that nobody else is going to have every other school in their county built in this century, like we will. So this has been a policy choice of the board the last 10 years or so, is a substantial reinvestment in school facilities, and we are on track to achieve that goal. The last aspect that's a major focus of this budget is adding, when appropriate, those handful of positions across the organization that are necessary to help us act more responsibly, prudently, and in alignment with some of the challenges that we're facing today. This budget proposes a net of 3 new positions. It's an addition of 4 and an elimination of 1. The 3 that are proposed to be added are, or I should say the 4 that are proposed to be added. One would be a deputy county attorney position. This job, the major functions would be to evaluate and help revise the county code. The county code is pretty antiquated. The general code of ordinances, most of which dates back to the 1970s. The zoning code, most of it dates back to when Wayne first started with the county. The challenges we are facing today are not at all identical to the challenges that were faced in 1977 or 1991. So we think that it's necessary to have the due diligence necessary to look into these items, bring them up to the Code of Virginia, bring them up to the best practices from other counties, and ensure that we as an organization are best situated and protected. And in accordance with that philosophy, this position would also staff the Planning Commission. And so they would help give the technical advice to the Planning Commission that the Planning Commission is going to be, that currently they need and they will be needing with, as these projects continue to come before them. The second position that is being proposed is a fleet administrator for emergency services. This position is not a mechanic, but they are a technician. They would not be working on the body of the vehicle. They wouldn't be doing, repairs to the truck component of it, but they would be the requirement of this job would be they would be certified by the ambulance company to work on the patient component of the vehicle. Obviously, this is a very specialized component of a vehicle, the general operators of repair and restoration of vehicles, in the county and elsewhere, don't work on that kind of specialized area. So that would be where this position would help fill the gap most. They would be able to do both the mechanical and the electric repairs on the components of the back part, the box part of an ambulance. Additionally, the fleet administrator would work to make sure all of the ambulances are kept up to the same standard of upkeep, would help when there is a need for the repair of a service. They would be the ones that go coordinate the repair of that work, whether it's taking it. Now, most of the basic repair work can be done here in the county, but you still need somebody to take it to the appointment. And so having somebody who is not a primary EMT responder take it helps make sure that our EMT providers are in the field doing the work they need. And when we do have warranty replacements, those aren't able most of the time to be performed in the county. They have to be taken to Richmond or Raleigh for work. So when that happens, that's an all-day affair. And so we really would prefer to not have one of our providers, our primary providers, tied up all day out of the county. Now, this position would be a certified provider still, so they could be added to the list when needed and provide some of that relief for the rest of our providers. But the primary design here is to keep the rest of the providers in the field and have the vehicles in high quality condition in order for the most ambulances to be in operation at any one time. The other two positions that are proposed to add are related to each other, and they would be across the street in the clerk of the circuit court's office and the Commonwealth Attorney's office. They are related to the great increase in the number of jury trials or the threat of jury trials that we are having now. This is a Commonwealth-wide item. A couple of years ago, the General Assembly enacted new laws. Previously, Virginia had been very unique. We had been one of two states that did not require a jury or did not provide for the provision of a jury for most matters that arise before the judicial system. That was a 224-year-old law. And when that went by the wayside, now you have a propensity for the accused and the defendants to opt for a jury. So that has caused a lot more jury management responsibilities than it had ever been before. In addition, we just have a general increase in the amount of cases that come before the court system. There's several reasons for this. One of them is video technology, and that's not just the sheriff's body cam either. That's private video cameras. That's stores video cameras. And so there's a lot more incidences of things like shoplifting being referred for adjudication because there's now greater evidence and proof that those happened. There's an increase in the number of vehicle-related items. There's more distracted driving. I'm sure everybody sees that every single day as you're driving. People are texting and doing other things. And then just one that you don't really think about often is that when a county has an increase in wealth, there's more contested divorce cases because people have the resources to go after each other and they're looking for that kind of win in the judicial system. And so both parties are able to bring lawyers and those cases go before the circuit court. And so they're eaten into the general circuit court workload. So as a result, the constitutional officers for those areas have come to us and have requested to separate the jury management duties from their case duties and from the orders that arise from the court, and on the other side in the Commonwealth's Attorney Office from the work that is done to prepare a case before it comes to charges, and the work that is done to prepare the case after charges are voted upon by the grand jury. And then to balance those a little bit, the Commissioner of the Revenue has so graciously agreed to give up a position and consolidate functions amongst one individual position. So that is this year's budget in summary form. So the next steps. This budget consists of recommendations. I sit here and try to forecast what the needs are. I listen to the people. I listen to your staff. I listen to I try to evaluate what's going on in other areas that we need to be competitive with, or we don't have and we might should have. And we have a dialogue up here with a lot of different parties before this budget comes forward. But that's what they are. They're recommendations based on our organizational needs. I personally don't necessarily agree with everything that I put in this budget, and I don't expect everyone to. But it's an organization-wide set of recommendations. The next step in the process would be, if you approve today, it would be to place the ad in the local media this week and to post this budget online. This ad is where the budget is at. It does not have to be where the budget ends. Certainly amendments can be made after the ad. That's the whole point of the ad, is to provide the public with information about where we're at so that they have the ability then to come to the public hearing and speak whatever is on their mind, or to directly contact the board members to seek potential changes. So it's a public information process. Similarly, with the tax rate, what we advertise is the highest it can be, but it does not have to be what it ends up being with respect to real estate. The next big action item will be the public hearing. That's going to be here on April 24th. That's set up to provide ample notice and opportunity for people to read the ad, collect their thoughts, put it on their calendar for when they're going to need to appear here if they want to appear. And then we'll listen to any input at that night, on that night. And then after that, we'll have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting on May the 1st that will vote on any amendments that are to be made to the budget, and will determine the Budget Committee's recommendation to the full board about the final version of this budget. And then the next Monday, that budget will be transmitted to everybody with all the changes enacted in it. And so the board will have an entire week to review the final budget before adoption will occur at the normal May 13th meeting. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and that is where our budget stands as of today.
Thank you, Alex. Looks like y'all did a lot of work on that, so I will let board members ask questions now.
Mr. Chairman, Alex, this growth and extra income is tremendous. I mean, it's good and all, but from our constituents, we hear the complaints about the traffic, the housing market, and different things like that. And I know we're doing a reassessment and we're lowering the tax rate, and that's probably going to be somewhat neutral, I would imagine. Some may feel a little increase, everybody may not. But is it possible to do this budget and maybe potentially lower the rate a couple more cents in that, or whatever, in that way all the constituents maybe could feel that it don't solve it won't solve road problems, stuff like that, but rent problems, stuff like that, but maybe it will help them a little bit. Is it possible to do this budget and do something similar to that?
We are going to take another cut at the revenues based on the reassessment as it materializes in the next week or so. And then certainly there is a possibility, depending on how that comes in, that the real estate rate could adjust another cent. but that's predicated upon how, what the ultimate outcome is. There's certainly the opportunity to take a look at some adjustments further in that kind of the vehicle space. So certainly it's a possibility, and it's something that we definitely intend to take, especially on that reassessment side, to take another look at. The numbers are just moving too much right now to really have that final determination
Right.
at this time.
But it's a possibility.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll ask a question along those same lines. If we're looking at doing something to, I think the way Mr. Brinkley was put more money back into people's pockets, is real estate the way to do that, or personal property? Because to me, more people own cars and stuff like that than they do real estate. So if we're looking to put it back in the pockets of the most citizens, which way is typically the best way to do that?
I would concur with your inclination that the most taxpayers affected would probably be the personal property, the vehicles. But there's a menu of options that are available.
I agree. We want to put money back in their pockets to help them.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, that not everybody owns real estate, but most everybody owns a car.
Right.
If we were going to try to do something, let's do it where it would
With the
benefit
most.
the most citizens.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyone else? Alex, you want to finish the rest of your report?
Yes, sir. So the next item we have on here is the Commonwealth of Virginia, in the budget that was enacted in 2022, provided some additional funds for what was labeled as high priority trails. And fortunately, through some advocacy efforts, the Tobacco Heritage Trail ended up as one of the handful, I think there was 4, maybe 5 trails across the Commonwealth that were identified as high priority. Tobacco Heritage Trail among them. And so the Commonwealth Transportation Board, where the funding was assigned, because that's where the State Trails Office currently resides, has been looking at the locations of where these trail improvements would occur. At the March CTV meeting, it was determined that the project here in Mecklenburg County will be actually fully funded by the Commonwealth of Virginia. So it's right now estimated to be a $4 million project. And the segment of trail that is being proposed would be a 2-mile segment that would go from Rudd's Creek and would end at Skipwith Road, right before Skipwith intersects with Route 58, right over here on the north side of 58 in Boyden. So it would go kind of right past the school board office. And so that segment is forthcoming. They don't have a timeline on construction or anything at this point in time, but I did want to make the board and the public aware that there is going to be a new trail segment that will be added to the recreational options here in Mecklenburg County, and that segment will be fully funded by the Commonwealth of Virginia. So that I take that as great news, and I'm glad that we ended up as a high priority trail. So hopefully that will be used when it comes to pass that it actually is put into the ground. So that's the update on that item. Outside of that, you have the staff reports available to you in the packet. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. It's the same set of reports as is customarily made available every single month.
Okay. Does that finish you up?
It does.
All right. Cool. Thank you very much. Mr. Hargrove, I believe you up next.
Rudd's Creek to Skipwith.
Do we need that motion to advertise the?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion? that
Yes,
we advertise the-
I'm with them, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Motion's been made that we advertise this budget as presented. All in favor, say aye. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, one question. Alex, this this trail, I know at one time we talked about we didn't want to come real close to the new school. Is this gonna be close to the new school or?
No, it's a
Just
school
that
board
way.
office over
Okay.
here on.
Okay, I just want to.
Between here and Rhodes Creek.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The Budget and Finance Committee met on Wednesday, April the 3rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the Board of Supervisors meeting room. Members present were Andy Hargrove, Chairman, David Brinkley, Tom Tanner, Sterling Wilkerson, Brenda Blackwell. Also present, Jim Jennings, Claudia Lundy, Kirk Gravitt, Dennis Spence, Alice Goshaw, County Administrator, Judy Sheffield, Assistant County Administrator, Lisa Wagstaff, Commissioner of Revenue, and Jenny Whitmore, Clerk. The chairman called the meeting to order. Mr. Goshaw advised the committee that the sheriff's office has received $41,000 in pass-through funds from the American Rescue Plan Act via to the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services. Upon the motion of Mr. Tanner, the committee voted unanimously to recommend the $41,000 in pass-through funds from the American Rescue Plan Act via the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services hereby be accepted and appropriated with federal revenues in the fiscal year 23-24 general fund budget increased accordingly to the fiscal year 23-24 Mecklenburg County Sheriff's operation budget for the purchase of police equipment and supplies, provided that no such items purchased with these funds is guaranteed to be replaced in subsequent fiscal years through the use of local funds. Mr. Gottschalk presented the recommended budget for the fiscal year 2024-25. The board engaged in lengthy discussion about the proposed budget and requested additional information from the staff of this budget meeting. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve the supplemental appropriation for the sheriff's office.
Motion been made. Any discussion on that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Being no further business, the meeting was adjourned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hargrove. Secondary roads, Mr. Gravitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Secondary Roads Committee met on Monday, April the 8th, 2024 at 8:15 a.m. in the Board of Supervisors meeting room, Boyd, Virginia. Members present, Kirk Gravitt, Chairman, Sterling Wilkerson, David Brinkley, Andy Hargrove. Other members present, Jim Jennings, Brenda Blackwell, Dennis Spence, Claudia Lundy, Tom Tanner. Also present, Alex Gottschalk, County Administrator, Judy Sheffield, Assistant County Administrator, Jenny Whittemore, Clerk, Tommy Johnson, VDOT, Resident Engineer, Kevin Smith, Assistant Resident Engineer. Chairman Gravitt called the meeting to order. Mr. Smith advised the committee that the funding for the 6-year plan is $488,000, which is a maximum of 2.4 miles. The committee discussed the current plan as follows. All Goods Lane, 2024. Dry Creek Road, 2024. Hayes Mill Road, 2025. Lone Oak Road, 2026. Bowers Road, 2027. Lambert Road, 2029. Wilson Newton Road, 2029. Henrico Road, 2029. Twin Cedar Road, 2027. Luck Circle, 2029. The next 4 unpaved roads with the highest road count are Hilltop Road, Willards Mill Road, Barlow Road, and Dixie Bridge Road. Mr. Smith advised that he would have a new road count data in the next few weeks on those roads. Upon a motion of Mr. Brinkley, the committee voted unanimously to recommend advertising a public hearing to be held on May the 13th, 2024, to consider adding Hilltop Road, Willards Mill Road, Barlow Road, and Dixie Bridge Road to the 6-year plan. There being no further business, the meeting was adjourned. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to put it in the form of a motion.
That we take this to advertisement on May 13th,
Yes, sir.
public hearing.
Yes, sir.
Motion been made. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Lundy?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Insurance Committee met on Monday, April the 8th, 2024, at 8:45 a.m. in the Board of Supervisors Meeting Room, Portland, Virginia. Members present: Claudia Lundy, Chair, Andy Hargroves, David Brinkley, Kurt Gravitt. Others present: Jim Jennings, Brenda Blackwell, Dennis Spence, Tom Tanner, Sterling Wilkerson, Alex Gauchow, County Administrator, Judy Sheffield, Assistant County Administrator, Jenny Whitmore, Clerk. Ms. Lundy called the meeting to order. Ms. Judy Sheffield reviewed the anthem renewal that came in with an 11% increase for the upcoming year. She explained that the entire state is seeing an increase. She advised that there would not be any benefit changes in this proposal. Upon a motion of Mr. Hargroves, the committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the accepting the insurance renewal with Anthem Local Choice for the 2024-25 year. There being no further business, the meeting was adjourned. I would like to put this into a motion, request a motion for Anthem insurance renewal.
Motion been made. Any discussion on this motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. London. Okay, we've got some appointments, Board of Equalization, and I want to call on Lisa to come up and give us a little background here.
We sent out a memo on March 29th to y'all, recommending that the county adopts a permanent Board of Equalization. In the past, we've always had 5 members, and 3 of those members have been on the board for, I believe, 5+ years. So essentially, we have a permanent board, but we just need to put it, a resolution stating that the county will adopt a permanent Board of Equalization. This will eliminate the way the current code reads. We have to have either 5 or the number of election districts, whatever is greater. Of course, that would mean that we would have to have 9 members of the Board of Equalization.
Okay.
With this permanent board, we can have 5 members.
Okay. So
And
we
we've
need a
already-
motion to adopt this resolution to make the permanent board. Mr.
Lisa,
Slade.
were you thinking about recommending people for appointment now?
Well, we can go ahead and do that.
I've
before
got
we
it.
adopt.
Can we do it all in one?
I've got a resolution drafted, if you'd like me to read
Sure,
that.
absolutely.
I think it would cover it. Is that all right, Lisa?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Okay, it is hereby resolved pursuant to Code of Virginia cited that effective July 1, 2024, the board will create a permanent Board of Equalization, if I didn't say it, July 1, 24, consisting of 5 members, and nominates the following persons to serve. Now, by Code of Virginia, if you do that, 3 members are appointed for 3 years, 1 for 2, 1 for 1. Lisa had worked very hard in getting some good candidates, and I think all of you supported them. And I would remind you, as Alex has in the past, we don't appoint, we recommend a circuit court and it appoints. Although historically, the circuit court has followed your lead. So this resolution would recommend L.J. Dornack, who's already serving, be appointed for a 3-year term ending June 30, 27. Clark Dodson, a 3-year term ending June 30, 27. James Jefferson, a 3-year term ending June 30, 27. Martha Overton, a 2-year term ending June 30, 26. Emily Warren, a 1-year term ending July 30, 25. These people are eligible for reappointment. So if the board sees fit to adopt this resolution, you will have made the transition to a permanent Board of Equalization, and you will have made specific recommendations to the circuit court of who you want to appoint. So the 3 of us, Alex, Lisa, and I would recommend adoption of this resolution as presented.
Do we need a roll call on this, Mrs. Slayton?
No.
Okay. Anyone entertain a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion been made. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Mahern River Jail. I think Mr. Barber was the alternate on that. We need to replace him. Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we put Mr. Dennis Spence as our alternate for the Mahern River Regional Jail.
Okay.
I'll
Mr.
make that
Spence,
a
I'll assume you were in agreement with
I
that.
so accept.
Yeah, okay.
I'll make that a motion.
All right. Any more discussion on that? A motion's been made to put Mr. Spence on the Mahern River Jail Authority. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations.
Take it, bud.
All right, next we have the consent calendar. Entertain a motion to,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would, motion to approve the consent calendar, please.
the motion been made. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. Gosh, we're moving right along.
Beat the
You're
eclipse.
late this morning. Thank you, Alex.
There is an item K that has several.
Oh, yeah, that's item K, yeah. Well, I meant regular session, so. Anyway, board member matters, Mr. Spence.
I've been told that, I believe I got the date correct. South Hill will be having we talked a lot about trash. I know we've had some citizens come in and talk about trash and concerns. VDOT mentions, trash from time to time. So South Hill is having a trash pickup day on April 20th. What I want to do is challenge all my fellow members to adopt a road somewhere, even if it's, 50 yards on both sides of your driveway. But put that challenge out there. That's something I've been doing. I've worked with South Hill before and helped pick up trash, and it's a worthy cause. It's definitely something that, as we brought up before, it's a concern for our county. So to all those folks out there that are picking up trash or meet my challenge to pick up a little trash to try to beautify our county, I say thank you to all of those folks who are leaving fast food and throwing their trash out the window. I say shame on you. So I want to put that out there, but yes, we definitely want to continue to beautify our county, especially for those folks who are coming here to visit and some to come to live. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lundy?
Yes, I would love for you to find that 1 penny for personal property taxes. I'd love for you to find that 1 penny in the budget. People would be very proud of that. I would too. Also, thank you for your work with the General Assembly, going there and there and coming back, finding all the ins and outs, finding out where we can get some extra money for different projects. Excellent. We have an education meeting on April the 10th at 4:30 at the school board office. You're interested in education in the county, alternative schools, the schools that we are building or whatever, just come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lundy. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to say thank you to Alex and Judy and all of their staff for their hard work on the budget. I know it's been a lengthy process and seems to be an ever-changing process with all the numbers that are coming in from the state and everywhere else. But when we look around here, we're truly blessed in this county. I mean, when it's allowing us to build new schools, giving our employees and our teachers raises, while still being able to cut taxes, I think that's tremendous to the citizens of this county. And we hope that, businesses will keep investing in our county. We've got to have places for these citizens to work and for people to want to stay here and be able to work here. One of the things we also discussed in the budget thing that's pretty important to me is I would like to see this board establish a volunteer tax rate for our volunteer fire department and rescue squad members. Most every county around us does some kind of discount on one vehicle for their personal property taxes for the service that they give to the citizens of the county. And I would like to see that we try to work something out in this budget to be able to do something like that for our volunteers. Because when we look at the savings that they give to this county by the time they volunteer, it's tremendous. And I think anything we can do to support them would be a great asset. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Grant?
Thank y'all so much. I just wanted to say thank you for the first responder, the with your recommendation as far as that goes. You know, we have so much to be thankful for in this county, and most of our fire departments are still volunteer, which is really, really, truly amazing. It's wonderful that we need to do what we can to help our first responders. And also, I think it's something we should try to do to help the people in this county, especially if you get up and work for a living. The amount of taxes that the working class people pay now is, if you sat down and figured it up, it'd probably blow your mind. But if whatever we can do to try to help the people to get up and go to work every day to make this county what it is, I want to do that, try to help those people. Thank y'all so much for everything everybody does for the county. Thank the first responders. Everybody be safe. See you next month, hopefully.
Thank you. Ms. Blythe?
First, thank you to Mr. Smith with the effort with litter control. It is something that we do have a problem with, and it's good to see that it is recognized that there are things that we can do, that all of us can do. And also, Mecklenburg County is a county on the move. I can remember when I came here in 1972, and I came from the Tidewater area, and it was just a vast difference. You know, the radio station went off at 5 o'clock, off the air, and you really didn't have anything to do. And when I look at it now, with the effort being made to have it to be what it is now, and it's moving forward, it is extraordinary. And thank you to all, Alex, for continuing the great job being done.
Thank you, Ms. Blythe. Ms. Wilkerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of the points have been hit as usual when you go last or toward the end here. But I'd like to, piggyback on, but one thing was, I think it's a smart move with the Board of Equalization being on a more permanent side. I think, you can gain experience from year to year. I think it's the right move going forward. And I know we've got a good slate of people that are going to serve. I know them personally, many of them. And again, what Tom and Kirk said about the retention for the volunteers. I mean, this is going to be a big deal going forward. I mean, we all hear about the horror stories of keeping the numbers up, and as you all know, if you're in need of emergency services, you don't want anything, lackluster. You really need the best we can with that. So we should always do what we can, and I would be in full agreement with, what Mr. Tyner said. And the last thing, again, was just how blessed we are in this county to this magnitude of what we're getting ready to do. I don't think most people really realize just how extensive this is, to have the second lowest tax rate in the state and still do this. So we are blessed, and I just hope people realize where we are. So
Thank you. Mr. Franklin?
It's even less to talk about now.
He's always got an answer.
But let's just trash involved. I just wish people would take more pride in not throwing out the trash. It's amazing. A Bojangles is 31 miles from my house, and a Bojangles box is in my yard. I didn't know it took that long to eat a two-piece chicken box.
At least they should bring them something.
Yeah, it's empty.
Just takes that long to think about what to do with the trash.
And Alex, I mean, a great job you do with the numbers and all. I know when we were talking about hiring you, the thing that come up pretty unanimous around with Alex is pretty good with numbers, and you've done a good job. And we'll probably try to squeeze you to squeeze a little something out. And I ring you and ask us not to keep on asking to put stuff in, and it's kind of hard to make that work, ain't it? But we really do appreciate what you and the staff have done with this budget and all. Great job and all. And Mr. Chairman, I think that's put all. I can't even think of nothing but the hog grove today.
That's That's a switch.
Yeah, I can't believe that one.
Ms. Hargrove?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I can think some on you though.
I bet you can.
I want to thank Mr. Alex and the staff for all that you do in preparing the budget. It was when I received the news Wednesday night, when I was here Monday morning, and we went cash it over the budget. I was excited and was even more excited on Wednesday night. Also, I heard the years that were number of rows that was included.
Here it comes.
Yeah, you had 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. And I was wondering if I could buy Overlook for $2.99 if you could put it on the budget. Okay.
We can promise him that. We can promise him that.
Mrs. Spence, I want to say I'm going to be a participant in throwing trash on the road. Not picking it up. I'm throwing it on the road. As soon as Mr. Brinkley killed that number 19 cow, I'm going to throw the bones right at his yard to let him know that I got my portion of that cow. All right. And also, we as a board and as a county, we're going to have to look at the bigger picture of things because of the growth of the county, because it's growing so fast that we cannot even imagine the magnitude of what we're about to face. And so I know it says we're back then and back such, but even as so, we're talking about the congestions and so forth. But when you wish for something, you have to look for the results. And we wish for growth. We now are getting it, and so we have to suffer with the results. And the results brings about these things that are not that we deem as not beneficial. And also, yes, I'm in support of taking additional 1 cent tax or whatever it is that the lower tax on one vehicle for volunteers to show our appreciation, that we really appreciate what they do. Now, whether it happens or not, I believe it will, but I am in favor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hargrove. Y'all think you got less to say, David. Well, what have I got to say? Y'all covered it all. I did, Dr. Warner, I believe you had some middle school students sing the national anthem at a NASCAR race, didn't you? That's very impressive. So I wanted to mention that. I don't know that I have a lot to say. I greatly appreciate the staff and how they handle this budget process. And Alex, your attention to detail is second to none, to be honest with you. And hopefully we can find a little something for the employees and everybody that works for the county, and find a little something for the taxpayers that help pay the bills in the county. So that's kind of what it's all about, shaking it out, and everybody goes from there. But other than that, I don't have anything else. So we will entertain a motion to go in closed session, and this will end our regular session right now.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion been made. All in favor say aye. Aye. And now in closed session, I'll give everybody a few minutes to
Intermission.
I don't, if y'all need a break. Meeting adjourned.
But
Ain't no buts.
All right, I got 24. That's what I said.